I'm here live with Jim Rottenbury. Just a reminder that at 10 o'clock in approximately 5 minutes, the first run-off of the West Midlands Fire Service RTC Extrication Challenge will be taking place. If you'd like to make your ways over now, massive thank you to the ASIC team from West Midlands Fire Service that made this happen.
We interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
Questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drego überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ
Okay, we're just 2 minutes away now from the first teams.
म्हणजे सुधारणा
We have Highgate Red, one of our operational stadium.
त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
If you'd all like to make your way over to the arena, so the crews will consist of an OIC or an officer in charge.
Es geht immer ums Leben, es geht darum,
We'll have a
das
technical
Leben
team.
zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Stay still! I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance.
We've got other people on the route to help, okay?
Come straight to me for a second.
3 vehicles have been involved.
Right.
2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them whatsoever.
The ones in the front or the ones in the front?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy, Daddy, wake up!
Right, I just can't get any response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
okay, so we have Highgate Red competing in the RTC Team Challenge for the West Midlands Fire Service, hosted at the ESS 2021.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Stay still! I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance. We've got other people on the route to help, okay? Look straight at me for a second.
3 vehicles have been involved.
Right.
2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them
Are they the ones in the
whatsoever.
front or the ones in the front?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy, Daddy, wake up!
Front, I just can't get any response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
So the fire crews have turned up now, and they're utilising a team approach. You'll have witnessed the OIC doing his full or her 360 of the incident to get an understanding of what's involved. The team will be doing a dynamic risk assessment to identify risks and hazards that are involved in the RTC. You can see the crews stabilising the vehicle. So the OIC will be giving briefings to medics. And the medic will be trying to get access to assess the casualties inside the vehicles. As you can see, the rear window of the vehicle, crews are applying a protective coating called Smash X. This is to control any uncontrolled breaking of glass. We have the police in attendance here as well now. So initial access has been gained by the rear passenger door of the vehicle. And crews are looking to do an inner survey of the vehicle, looking for SSRI, airbags, and any other hazard. A steering wheel airbag restraint system will have now been fitted. And crews are continuing to manage the glass on the vehicle. Crews are using the latest Pantheon Almatro rescue equipment. To gain access to the side of the vehicle. The crews are communicating with the casualty care inside before they break the glass. Crews are starting to make good progress now, gaining access into the vehicle. But what you can't see inside the vehicle, the casualty carer or medic. So access has been gained through the two side windows of the vehicle using the SMAC-X. And the keys to the vehicle have been given to the OIC. This is a timed challenge over 20 minutes. This is to simulate a real situation with a golden hour. Each member of the team is assessed by an assessor. One for incident command, one for the technical ability of the teams and the crews, and finally one for the medic who's dealing with the patient care. We can now see the Hill Metro being brought into use to open the rear door. Crews are taught to use varying techniques. One technique they're using today is to attack the hinges of the door using the spreaders. As you can see, the OIC giving words of encouragement to the teams while keeping a watchful eye on the critical cuts. You'll observe the OIC position himself in the best positions to see the critical cuts and also the overhaul incident as it progresses. The vehicles we're using today have been supplied by Ford. And I'd like to thank Draeger for sponsoring the whole event for us, for PPE masks and also eye protection. So crews now have access to the front door, and they're looking to create a rapid egress path. You can see crews securing the door, tying the door off. Okay, so we've got good progress now. The door's open and crews have established a rapid egress route for the casualty. The casualty is constantly monitored by the medic inside the vehicle, and the status of the casualty is transmitted to the OIC. Everything the crews do is casualty based to extricate them in a safe and quick manner. So the hydraulic cutter is now being put to use to remove the rear door of the vehicle. And crews are folding back the door on the lock mechanism. This will all be part of the OIC's, the Officer in Charge, Incident Commander's vision for the extrication of the casualty. And on this occasion, they seem to be doing a side out on the vehicle. This is creating sufficient space for the casualty to be extricated using a longboard. Good progress is now being made. So the critical or most difficult cut is at the base of the B post. Okay, you'll notice the crews are using Sharps protection to cover any of the metal that's been exposed due to the cutting stage. So the top of the B post is being covered, the door's being covered, and also the bottom of the B post is being covered. This is to maintain a safe environment for the crews, the medics, and most importantly, the casualty inside the vehicle. Okay, the OIC's just asked for a stability check. Obviously, with the removal of the doors, it creates a weight saving. So the crews will check the stability of the vehicle for the C-spine consideration. So excellent progress is now being made, and a handover is being given from the medic to the extrication crews. You'll note that their firefighting PPE gloves have been taken off and replaced with Nyrex medical gloves. This is to stop cross-contamination of oils with the casualty. An extirpation plan has been agreed by the OIC and the medic, with the medic still having overall responsibility for the casualty. The lungboard is now being placed in at the base of the spine of the casualty. Enabling the casualty to be secured and slid up the board in a safe manner.
You're going to bring her towards me. Yeah. Ready, brace, lift. Yeah. Torso, torso.
As you can hear through the speakers, the medic unit says, ready, brace, lift. So that everyone involved in the extrication is aware. So we're 3/4 way through the extrication now of the 20-minute allotted time for assessment. The vehicle's been stabilised and made safe. Initial access has been gained. Space curation, grass management has been achieved. The casualty has been assessed. And now we come to the critical part of actually removing the casualty from the vehicle. This is done in a slow, methodical manner. Can we have a big round of applause, please? So the care of the casualty continues as the crews make the vehicle safe. You'll notice the yellow sticker on the bonnet of the vehicle. This is to inform Jessup Partners, police, ambulance, vehicle recovery, that there are active airbags within that vehicle. The casualty carers continue to care for the casualty and prepare a handover for the ambulance and paramedics upon their arrival. The casualty's condition is continuously monitored. And the crews must suspect C-spine injury, as the head of the casualty is being held in the neutral position. Oxygen therapy has also been administered to the casualty. Our next challenge will be coming up at 11 o'clock today. And we'll be with Haymills Blue Watch. So the medic is now doing a handover as part of the assessment, and the whistle blows. Well done, everybody. Congratulations. Okay, I'd like to thank you all for coming to spectate. Our next one will be at 11 o'clock. Big thanks to Homatro and also mainly to Draeger, who sponsored this team challenge for us today.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important new
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
So here in the background we've got the extrication challenge. Challenge is going on all day. This is whoever is doing it.
Okay, we're going to have the second of our run-offs of the day, which will be Hay Mills Blue, and they'll be starting approximately 8 minutes. 8 minutes for Hay Mills Blue, competing in the West Midlands Fire Service Extrication Challenge, hosted by the ESS 2021. A huge thanks to Draeger for sponsoring this event for us, supplying all the PPE, including masks and eye protection. As you can see, the crews are just starting to test and check their equipment before the challenge starts. The challenge will last 20 minutes, where each aspect of the team approach will be assessed by judges. The OIC will be assessed on his incident command.
For us as a manufacturer,
the technical
safety
team
means protecting you as best as possible through quality.
And also the medic.
Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing.
So crews are making their final preparations. And we're due to go live on Facebook as well in 5 minutes' time.
Against microscopic aerosols.
If you'd like to make your way over now,
and the finest dust particles in
the event will be starting in 5 minutes.
So that at any temperature, and even long
the vehicles we have here today have been supplied by Ford.
The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence.
We also have running
the
trauma competition, which involves teams of 2 dealing with a medical emergency in the immersive tent to the left-hand side of the RTC compound.
Our quality, your safety.
So crews are making their final preparations before we start in just a couple of minutes' time. So all the crews that are competing today are from operational fire stations located throughout the West Midlands. So this challenge will be streamed live on Facebook through the West Midlands Fire Service social media account. So the last few minutes preparation now are taking place. Ensuring the casualties are briefed correctly. And the crews have all the equipment they require for the extrication. The crews are now going to get their PPE on. And waiting for the introductions in the video. The final preparations now taking place. So yeah, to the next crew on, it will be Haymills Blue, followed by Ladywood Blue. Waiting for the end of the video. Yep. The clock, once the clock comes on, I'll give you the nod and then you set the crew out. Is that alright? Yeah, got to get the casualties. Okay, well, there's no rush, mate. So, let's try and stay on the fire. So the next video is try and... Okay, the final preparation's now been made. We have a casualty who's ready to get into the car.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gern mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen.
Okay, a big warm welcome to the Westmorland Fire Services Emergency Services Challenges. We're here today at the NEC, the RTC Extrication Challenge, which is just about to start. We have Haymill Blues, which are ready to compete. This is a timed challenge over 20 minutes. And when I put the microphone down, the crews will start. So we have the crews now coming through. You'll see the OIC doing their risk assessment and briefing the crews. The OIC will do a full 360 of the incident to ensure his and his crew's safety and also that of the casualty. You can see the casualty carer making contact with the casualty inside the vehicle. The OIC is now briefing the crew with some priority tasks. So the crews use what we call the team approach. And they're now looking for an initial access into the vehicle to get the trauma care medic into the vehicle to assess the casualty. So as you can see, glass has been broken in the rear hatchback of the car. And the vehicle is now being made safe and stabilised using blocks and chocks. Crews have now also got, through an external survey, access to a rear passenger door. Crews are making good progress now. And all the vehicles have now been stabilised and chocked and blocked. It's essential that the medic access the casualty inside the vehicle as soon as possible. So the crews have established a manual stabilisation for the vehicle using sharps covers to cover any broken glass, maintaining safety of the crews and also of the casualty. Preparations are now being made internally, removing headrests and covering glass, enabling the casualty carer or the medic to gain access into the vehicle. So as you can see, the medic is going in through the rear of the vehicle, making their way through to gain access to the casualty lying injured inside. All the crews that compete in this challenge are from operational fire stations across the whole of the West Midlands. What you can't see happening now, at the rear of the vehicle, a stab fast or stabilisation is being applied to the car to make the car safe for crews to work on. The casualty carer has gained access to the casualty and is placing a special shield over the casualty and also oxygen therapy. What you see on the top of the vehicle is one of the technical team applying a special film called PAC-X to the windows of the vehicle to control the glass in the vehicle. You can also see dual working happening with multiple things happening at the same time. The officer in charge, or OIC, will be looking to establish a rapid egress route from the vehicle if the casualty situation deteriorates. It must be remembered that everything the crews do is based around the casualty. You can now see the reciprocating saw being used to manage the window screen of the vehicle. Crews will be wearing full PPE. This includes 3P masks because of the silicosis, which is the small, very small shards of glass dust that are created from using the saw. So as you see, the window screen's been removed in less than 20 seconds and has been taken away from the vehicle into a designated dump on the floor. Crews will now be covering all the sharps that have been left from where the window screen have been removed. You may hear the words of encouragement from the OIC as the crews make progress in the extrication. We can now see the hydraulic rescue equipment being brought into use. So the hydraulic rescue equipment the crews are using today is the latest Pentheon battery-powered hydraulic rescue equipment from Holmatro. You can now see the officer in charge's positioning, that he or she has the best possible view of the overall incident, but also the critical cuts close to the casualty. The technical team will be using visors and inner gloves and goggles, and also a teardrop casualty shield to protect from any sharps. So as you can see, good progress is now being made in the extrication phase to gain full access into the vehicle. The glass has already been managed. The car has been stabilised. Risk assessments have been completed. It must be remembered that the risk assessment is the responsibility of all of the crew members and not just the OIC. So cuts are now going in using the hydraulic gear. Onto the B post part of the vehicle. You may see the crews exposing before they make the cut to ensure that they don't cut through any fuel lines or SSRI airbag restraint systems. If you look at the steering wheel of the vehicle, a restraint system has been fitted to protect the crews from any unwanted airbag operation. Any crews working in the vicinity or inside the vehicle are aware of deployment zones for the airbags and keep themselves in safe places at all times. You see the OIC then stepping in with encouragement on the critical cuts. One of the technical team now have brought some of the step blocks over, which will later be used when the roof flap is completed. Crews are now using a reciprocating saw with a special blade that's designed for RTC extrications. They'll use it to cut through the metal of the roof to create a sharp cut line, enabling them to flap the roof. So as you're aware, this is a team challenge, this is a competition. Crews are given 20 minutes, and each element of the extrication is assessed by the assessors that you see standing outside with the clipboards. Again, the Holmatro is being used to make the final cut before the roof is flapped down. Creating access for the casualty to be extricated in a safe and timely manner. The blocks are placed under the roof before it's flapped. As you see, to create a solid platform for crews to continue to work in the extrication phase of this incident. You can see the tech team now going over with the orange sharps protection systems. And this is to cover any sharp areas that have been created while the cuts have been made. This creates a safe environment for the crews to operate in, and also for our JESIP partners, ambulance and police, who are working close or near to the vehicle. The casualty carer or medic will now be doing a brief to the OIC, so he or she are aware of the casualty's condition prior to extrication. The casualty appears to be in the passenger side chair and footwell of the vehicle. So the final stage of the extrication are now in place, while all the sharps and all the glass are protected for this controlled phase of the extrication. So the final part of the protection is the window screen that's been cut. Enabling the crews to extricate the casualty from the vehicle. Okay, we're well over the halfway mark now of this challenge of the 20 minutes. And the crews are making excellent progress. And as soon as see the operational gloves coming off, we then know that the extrication of the casualty will start to take place. So the crews take the gloves off so that not to contaminate the casualty with oils, because oxygen therapy is being used very close in the vicinity of the vehicle. You'll also notice the lungboard's been brought into operation and is ready to be used. The lungboard is used to keep the casualty stable, as the crew suspect there is a C-spine injury to the casualty. The medic will lead this part of the extrication and control the head of the casualty. As you can now see, care is being taken to position the lungboard into position at the base of the spine of the casualty to allow crews to handle the casualty and slide them easily up the lungboard to be extricated. This is the most critical part of the extrication and requires extremely good communications between all members of the team, which feeds into the team approach that we use for extrication within the West Midlands. The teams will train at various locations throughout the West Midlands Fire Service at our distributed training hubs. We have 40 SBAs or trainers that are watch-based that support the teams in their training, which enables them to perform at this high standard. So as you can see, the casualty now has been slid carefully up the lungboard, controlling the head at all times, onto the lungboard, and has been repositioned. We're now approaching the final phase of the extrication. Within the 20 minutes allocated challenge time. Okay, so the casualty carrier now is repositioning while the casualty is supported. Bearing in mind manual handling and lifting, the crews will support the head and the heavy parts of the casualty on the lungboard. As you can see, there's handles either side of the lungboard, which allows easy access to remove and maneuver the casualty out of the vehicle. Can we have a quick round of applause, please, for the teams? So the casualty is now on the lungboard of the, and the handover is now being done for the teams to hand over to the ambulance service. The handover will include the condition of the casualty when they first located, and also the ongoing condition of the casualty. The medic will look for catastrophic bleeds, for airway management, for breathing, and also for circulation of the casualty. We're now approaching the last minute of the extrication challenge. And at this stage, I'd like to thank you all for coming to the show and also watching live on Facebook. The event has been sponsored by Draeger. The equipment has been supplied by Homatro. And also I'd like to say a big thank you for Ford for supplying the cars for the extrication for this challenge. So as you can see now, the handover is now being done to the medic, and this is the final stages of the extrication. It's critical that the handover is done to the medic, so the ambulance crew or paramedic or technician that's now dealing. Okay, as you can hear, the whistle has just blown, which shows it's the end of the challenge of the 20 minutes. And I'd like to say a massive thank you to Hay Mills Blue for competing in the challenge today. We will be going live this afternoon with the trauma challenges with crews from all around the West Midlands. So we look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Many thanks, and thanks for watching.
Perfect, thanks Dave. Yeah, apart from you wandered off when I threw up my thumb, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, mate, we survived, didn't we?
Superb, Dave.
Okay, just a reminder then, the next challenge will be kicking off approximately midday at 12 o'clock. And it will be teams from Ladywood Blue at 12 o'clock. Many thanks, we'll see you soon.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, there's that question. Are you coming home? And there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no
Hi and
compromises
welcome
when it
back
comes
to the
materials and
Westmoreland Fire Service RTC Extrication Challenge. The next team will be running off in approximately 5 minutes. If you'd like to start making your way over.
against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air.
Do you know who the next team is?
So that at any temperature,
So we have a team from Ladywood Blue.
even long-wearing times,
Ladywood Blue Watch
you
will be
are
competing
effectively
in
protected.
approximately 5 minutes
The perfect fit of
at the
our
Extrication
respiratory
Challenge
masks
competition.
is also no coincidence.
Hosted this year at the
It is the
ESS
result of well-thought-out
Emergency
product
Services
design
Show through 2021.
and
A
continuous
massive thanks to
innovation.
Draeger for sponsoring this challenge for us this year. Also to Ford for
Our
supplying the
quality,
vehicles that we're using.
Your safety. Respiratory protection.
So crews are just checking
from
their
Draeger.
equipment. Crews will also be using the latest Holmatro Pentheon. battery-operated hydraulic equipment. So the final tests and checks are taking place in preparation for the competition. Yeah, so this team coming up now is Ladywood Blue Watch. All the crews that are competing over the next 2 days are from Westmorlands Fire Service operational stations. So the final preparations taking place. This is a 20-minute challenge where crews are assessed on their incident command, the OIC role, officer in charge, the medic or casualty carer that deals directly with the casualty, and of course the technical team that do all the stabilisation, removal of doors and roofs, space creation. Okay, just a few minutes away now. Final preparations taking place. The firefighters checking their PPE, gloves, helmets, and safety goggles that have kindly been supplied by Draeger, and also their 3P masks. So Ladywood Blue just making their final preparations now before the challenge starts.
Interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, there's that question. Are you coming home? And there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Yeah, so just a couple of minutes away now, making the final preparations.
Gebürtiger Hamburger. Das ist
So as you can see, the
fast ein
casualty is being
aussterbendes
briefed by the trauma medic.
Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem
And we'll be
Jahr
placed inside the vehicle.
Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Draeger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं.
So the crews are ready.
ते एवढं लहान बघून
The casualties in the
मला भीती
vehicle.
वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Stay still! I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance. We've got other people on the route to help, okay? Second.
3 vehicles have been involved.
Right.
2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them
The ones in the front or the ones in the back?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy, Daddy, wake up!
Right, I just can't get any response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
So welcome. So welcome to the Westmorland Fire Service Challenge Extrication. We have Ladywood Blue now competing. So 20 minutes on the clock for the time of this time challenge. It is accessible. So you can see the OIC has done a 360 of the scene to assess for risks and also for casualties. The casualty carer is making contact with the casualties inside the vehicles. And as you can see, the crews use the team approach for dealing with this sort of incident. Oh, sorry. So good progress is now being made by the teams. So crews are looking to manage the glass and stabilise the vehicle to enable the medical casualty carer to access the casualty inside the vehicle. It must be remembered that everything the crews do is casualty based to ensure the best outcome for the casualty in the vehicle. As you can see, the working is very tight, very difficult for crews to gain access due to the position of the vehicle on its roof. The Incident Commander or OIC's considerations will be access to the vehicle to assess the casualty before they formulate a plan for extrication. They'll be looking to achieve a rapid egress route for the casualty, depending on the condition and the medical needs. Scene safety, firefighter safety and the casualty safety is paramount during the extrication phase. Crews will have placed an airbag restraint on the steering wheel in case of an unexpected airbag going off. The crews will use sharps protection to cover any glass that's been broken and also cover any cut metal on the vehicle. Each member of the crew during the challenge will be assessed by one of the 3 assessors. The assessors, you can see, have got dark blue uniforms on and carrying clipboards. The casualty inside the vehicle is fitted with a microphone. So the medical assessor outside the vehicle can hear what is being said to the casualty. The casualty carer will look for catastrophic bleeds. They'll make consideration to airway, to breathing, and also to circulation. The casualty's condition will be monitored throughout the extrication. And this information is relayed back to the OIC, so he or she is aware of the casualty's condition. Small hand tools are used to expose prior to any cuts that are being made. So as you can hear, glass breaking. All members of the crew are aware anytime any glass is broken. And most importantly, the casualty carer informs the casualty of what's going on. So any glass is covered using Sharps protection, which allows the situation to become safe. Crews now have initial access into the vehicle with the casualty carer inside looking after the casualty. And extrication plans are being passed on to the technical team. So a member of the technical team has now picked up the hydraulic cutting equipment. Crews will be using the latest Holmatro battery-operated Pentheon tools. If you look at the positioning of the OIC, they stay in a position where they can see overhaul, and also go in and out for critical cuts. So a quick stabilisation check there before the cutting starts. So there's good progress now being made. The vehicle's been stabilised. A dynamic risk assessment has been carried out by the OIC and all members of the team. Initial access has been gained to the vehicle, and the casualty carer has made contact with the casualty to assess their injuries. A rapid egress plan has been created and has been brought into place. And as you can see, the hydraulic spreader is now being used. To access the rear door of the vehicle. Okay, so the spreader has done its job, and rear access has now been gained to the vehicle, with crews working towards that rapid egress plan. The plan is important because it gives the OIC an option of a rapid extrication if the casualty's condition deteriorates whilst inside the vehicle. Due to the position of the vehicle, it makes it very tough working for the crews, but luckily they're inside an air-conditioned NEC hall today. So the door has been removed now, and any debris from the vehicle will be placed in a predetermined area as identified by the OIC, the officer in charge. So the rapid extrication plan has now been achieved. The crews will continue now to create full access to the vehicle. We can see the hydraulic cutting equipment being used again to make a cut at the top of the inverted B post. Utilising hard protection while the cut is being made. Crews wearing full PPE, including high-vis jackets, gloves, safety goggles, helmet with visors. Inside the vehicle, the casualty has been also protected using a casualty shield. Every cut that's made is communicated to the casualty carer and then relayed to the casualty. Again, crews working on their knees now for some period of time. As we can see inside the vehicle now, if you look on the large screen, you can see the casualty carer working in a very confined space to support the ongoing medical needs of the casualty. They will have assessed for catastrophic bleeds, the maintenance of an airway with breathing and also circulation. They'll also consider any other medical needs of the casualty or existing conditions. You can now see the spreader that's been brought into operation, which is being used to burst open the passenger's door of the vehicle. The challenges we're running over the next 2 days with teams from all over the West Midlands and other brigades as well. It's a 20-minute timed extrication, which is accessible for all aspects of the team approach. So I'm here now with teams from Derbyshire. How do you think things are going with them?
We're going to just call the trauma.
Ah, okay, so they've been competing in the trauma competition, which is also running parallel to the RTC extrication competition. So just a reminder to everybody that the extrication competition is also being running parallel to the trauma competition, which is in the immersive tent to the left of the RTC compound. So crews are working hard now to establish the total access to the vehicle before they can move on to the extrication of the casualty phase. Hydraulic cutting equipment is being used. Okay, so as you can see, access has now been gained to the front door of the vehicle using the hydraulic aggressive equipment. And as you can see, access is very difficult to get the cutter in. Okay, so encouragement from the OIC now, which is becoming a very difficult door to remove. But crews are working away with the spreaders now. Okay, big congratulations then to Ladywood Blue with a very difficult exercise there. Car on its roof. So the crews will now be debriefed. The challenge they've just completed. And we'll be back after lunch at 1 o'clock for the next challenge.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Drego überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Those that are waiting for another extrication run-off, it's not till 2 o'clock. Come back at 2 o'clock. I can do a dance if you want.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln. Ne?
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the extrication pit, the next run-off is in 15 minutes, 2 o'clock. I'm just going to hand you over now to the Master of Ceremonies, Watch Commander David Foley. Come on, David, take the mic.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
So as Martin said, we'll be kicking off in about 10 minutes time.
Richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
With crews from Highgate taking part in the Westmorlands Fire Service RTC Extrication Challenge.
1900 plus Explore vorgestellt haben, war toll.
Yeah, so 10 minutes time. Highgate Greenwatch will be running off in the RTC Challenge. It's a timed event over 20 minutes that assesses their incident command, their trauma, and their technical ability for extrication. We assess around the team's approach, avoid the rush and get here early.
Sasha Quinney, can you make your way to the extrication pit? Thank you.
So the crews are making their final preparations, checking their PPE and the equipment they're going to be using.
How important is safety
Massive thanks
to you?
to Draeger for sponsoring this event for us.
For us as a manufacturer, safety means
and supplying our eye protection and our PP masks.
Quality. Therefore,
also a big thank you to Ford as well for supplying the vehicles for this extrication competition.
In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. our quality, your safety.
So just 7
Respiratory
minutes to go
protection
now before the
from
next
Draeger.
team take part in the Westmorland Fire Service extrication competition. It's a 20-minute timed event with assessors. Okay, we're just 4 minutes away now, 4 minutes away. Okay, so the crews are making their final preparations now. Just 3 minutes away.
We interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
So Highgate, Greenwatch are making their final preparations before they compete this afternoon in a 20-minute timed extrication, which is being assessed on their team approach, their instant command, their casualty care, and also their technical abilities.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Okay, we're just 1 minute away now, 1 minute away.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Stay still! I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance.
We've got other people on the route to help, okay?
Come straight to me for a second.
3 vehicles have been involved.
Right.
2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them whatsoever.
The ones in the front or the ones in the front?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy, Daddy, wake up!
Front, I just can't get any response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
So as you can see, the OIC, or the officer in charge, is now doing their 360 to make sure it's safe before the crews approach the vehicles. They'll be looking for natural hazards, hazards from the vehicle, and also the casualty's location. The crews will use the team approach to first stabilise the vehicle and make the vehicle safe. They use chocks and blocks to make a stable platform to work on the vehicle. The medic stays at the front of the vehicle from outside, asking the casualty to stay calm and look forwards. We can see crews using the PAC-X Smash glass management system. Completing an outer survey, looking for the initial access into the vehicle. On the main screen you can see the blocks going in under the vehicle to ensure it's a safe platform in case the casualty has C-spine injury. The OIC will position him or herself in a position that they have overhaul control of the incident, but also can see the critical cuts as and when they go in. As you'll see, one of the firefighters, one of the technical team, has placed glass mitts on their hands, so when the window is broken and removed from the vehicle, the glass doesn't contaminate the gloves. You can see how effective the film that they use holds the window in position and minimises the amount of glass at scene. As soon as the glass is broken, Sharp's protection goes into place, and what glass is left is covered. A fantastic technique used there to get the casualty carer into the vehicle to assess the casualty. The casualty care assessor will be looking for catastrophic bleeds, airway considerations for breathing, and finally circulation. Once the top-to-toe survey is completed, the casualty's information will be relayed to the OIC, which will then allow them to create an extrication plan. A rapid egress plan is first considered. We can see the action inside the car now on the main screen. So the OIC has brought the technical team together and briefed them away from the vehicle and prioritised tasks for them to complete. We can see the glass management now going into place with the PAC-X, and also a Hooley tool being used to create some space to access the hydraulic rescue gear. Good progress is now being made with the glass management. You'll notice the crews in PPE with inner and outer visors, RTC gloves, helmets, boots, high-vis jackets. So the glass mitt's been used behind the window. Communication to all, the glass is about to be broken. So a spring-loaded centre punch is used to break the toughened glass in the passenger window, coming out in one piece onto the pre-prepared salvage sheet on the floor. So the final piece of glass to come out is in the rear door. utilising the same techniques as the two previous. So the spring-loaded centre punch breaks the toughened glass with ease and extracted in one using the mitts onto the floor. So now we can see the hydraulic rescue equipment coming into use. Crews have decided to use the Holmatro spreader, which is the latest battery-powered Pentheon, to gain access to the passenger's front door via the hinges. The tool operates via a dead man's handle. As you can see, the operator using it in the left hand. That sounded like the bottom hinge breaking. And now the top hinge. So now we see the spreaders going in on the B post, working their way down to the lock mechanism on the door. Peeling back the metal skin of the door to gain better access. The 360-degree handle allows operation right-handed or left-handed, both sides of the tools. So now we have the door removed from the vehicle, and we can better see the casualty inside that's been covered with a casualty sheet. At all times, the OIC overlooks the technical team's progress on the vehicle. And you can see the teardrop being used as hard protection for the rear door. So now it looks like the spreader's being used to crush the top of the door frame, which hopefully should naturally open up the shut lines, enabling the tool to be used to remove the rear door. So as you see, the hooligan tool's being used to open up the shut lines, just enough to enable the hydraulic rescue equipment to gain purchase to remove the rear door. While this is happening outside the vehicle, inside the vehicle, the casualty carer, the medic, will be assessing the casualty and relaying that medical information to the OIC, which aids them with their extrication plan. We can now see the spreaders have got into the door reveal and are being used to spread the lock mechanism from the door. So the crews are now changing from the spreader to the cutter due to a very stubborn rear door latch. So now good progress is being made in the removal of the rear door. You can see the teardrop being used for hard protection for any metal impinging into the vehicle. You can now see the sharps protection being applied as soon as the cuts have been made. And the incline cutter used through the final hinge. Still attached. This thing is open state. With the wires, isn't it? Yeah, it's still hot hinges in. Okay, so now the door's been removed. And the crews are making great progress now towards the side out of the vehicle. So now we get a clear sight of the big screen inside the vehicle with the casualty care of the medic who's dealing with the live casualty inside the vehicle. The technical team are now starting to expose the cuts prior to cutting to ensure the cuts are safe and they don't cut through any high pressure fuel lines or SSRI airbag systems. Again, you can see hard protection being used at the bottom to expose the bottom of the B post. Now we see the Holmatro cutter being used to cut, which is normally traditionally the most difficult cut at the base of the B post. So good progress now being made at the B cut at the bottom of the post. Quite a wide B post, so having to take a couple of bites at it. So now we see the top of the A post being cut with hard protection behind. And if you look on the big screen, you can see up close now. Makes light work of the B post. We see the sharps protection going in now to cover all the sharp cuts and edges that Rick created as part of the side-out extrication. And now you can clearly see the casualty and the casualty carer inside the vehicle. So you can see the casualty carer sheet coming off now, and the casualty exposed inside being supported by the medic inside the vehicle. An inner survey will have been completed by the medic and one of the technical team that involves the casualty's feet and also the mechanisms of the seat and the head restraint. We can see the longboard has been taken over, which will be the tool that will be used to safely extricate the casualty from the vehicle. So a medical handover will now be given to the OIC of the condition of the casualty and also of the best way for extrication. It must be remembered this is a challenge, and while it's happening, each member of the team is being assessed by the panel of expert assessors. So now approaching the final extrication part of the team approach. With the clock counting down, creating pressure on the teams to simulate a real-life extrication. We can see the longboard being introduced into the vehicle. And placed at the base of the spine to enable the casualty to be extracted from the vehicle. You notice the teams have removed their firefighting gloves and are now wearing blue Nyrex gloves. This is to avoid cross-contamination with glass, particles and oils whilst working around oxygen and contamination of the casualty. And that's it, that's the end of the 20-minute challenge. Well done by the teams. Quite a difficult scenario for them. But a massive thank you to Highgate Green for competing today. And thank you all for spectating. We'll be back with another challenge at 3 o'clock or 1500 hours.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
One of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question, are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Ich glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut, hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder, definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
Hi, so welcome back to the West Midlands Fire Service Extrication Challenge. Just 10 minutes away now, and we have Derbyshire competing next. So yeah, less than 10 minutes now, and we'll be underway.
regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
So backstage now, the crews will be getting ready.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in, everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
So yeah, just 2 minutes away now, just a couple of minutes away, making the final preparations. Vehicles are in position. I believe the casualties are now in the car. So yeah, just a couple of minutes away. The final preparations are in place. Before we see a team from Derbyshire Fire and Rescue competing in the West Midlands Fire Service 2021 extrication competition. Hosted this year at the ESS Emergency Services Show. This event has been sponsored by Draeger, with support from Ford Motor Company and also Angloco. The rescue equipment has been kindly supplied by Halmatro, where their latest battery-powered Pentheon series equipment has been used. Okay, the final preparations are now taking place. No, don't run it, don't run it, don't run it.
Hi, James.
So as you can see, the OIC now is doing his 360 of the incident. Risk assessing. Looking for casualties and any risks from vehicles and sharps, trip hazards, potential weather conditions. Is the car a hybrid?
I'm good, yeah, you?
So good progress now being made. You can see the Stabfast going in position on the rear of the vehicle to stabilise the vehicle, which is perched precariously on its side. Crews looking for initial access, which has now been gained with the sharps protection in place. So waiting for the OK before they send the casualty carer in to start assessing the casualty. Must be remembered under the team approach, the safety is paramount to the teams. And they now have access to a rear door on top of the vehicle.
These teams, they just practice a lot and train well.
So now you see the OIC briefing the team as part of the team approach. The stability's now been achieved, initial access has been achieved, and the casualty care is also inside the vehicle, assessing the casualty. The OIC is now listening to briefs for the inner and outer survey, which include SSRI, airbags, and any other hazards. They'll also be informed about the inner survey and how the seats work forwards and backwards, the position of the casualty's feet, and anything else the OIC needs to know before he brings into operation his first plan, working towards the full extrication. So the crews have now been briefed with their priority tasks, which they'll now work towards to establish a rapid egress before moving on to full access. So good progress now being made and encouragement by the OIC. If you look at the OIC's positioning, it enables them to see the whole scene and also the critical cuts. Maintaining the span of control. So sharps protection being brought into place at the boot area to cover any of the broken glass. And the invented doors being held in position. So what we can't see is the work that's going on inside the car by the medic, assessing the casualty and prioritising catastrophic bleeds, the airway management, the breathing and the circulation of the casualty. And any other medical concerns they have. So as you can see now, the tech team are using a reciprocating saw to cut through the window screen. And you'll notice the dust coming off can create problems for firefighters. So Draeger have supplied masks for us today, 3P masks, which will help stop the glass particles being ingested through breath and causing future problems with silicosis. Okay, so we can see the window screens come out of the vehicle, and the crews looks like they've now established a rapid egress plan for that casualty. If they deteriorate quickly, they can be taken out and CPR can be performed outside the vehicle. So now we can see the hydraulic rescue equipment coming into position. Using the angle cutter of the Hull Matro Pantheon to cut through the top of the B post. So again, you can see the teardrop being used for heart protection. So once the equipment's been used, it's placed back into the equipment dump to avoid trip hazards and also knowing where the equipment is to be used again. So the teams will be continuously talking to each other and communicating. To ensure that everyone knows the plan with a team approach. So yeah, we've got really good progress being made with what looks like a partial roof flap to expose the casualty, which will enable the teams to get a longboard into position to form the extrication part of the team approach. So it must be remembered, this is a challenge and the crews are being assessed. You'll see the assessors walking around with clipboards, making note of good and bad things that the crews do. There's a point system that the points are added up, which determines the winner of the competition. So now we can see the roof being flapped down and Sharp's protection has been brought into use to cover any sharp surface, to create a safe environment for medics and our JESIP partners to work in. It keeps the crew safe and also the casualty. So as we can see on the main screen now, the casualty's in a precarious position across the back seats with oxygen therapy applied. The casualty care will be in constant monitoring of the casualty to ensure any changes to the casualty are passed on to the OIC. We can now see the longboard being brought into position. And it will be placed in a suitable position so the casualty can be slid up the longboard prior to extrication. So the casualty's now been extricated using the longboard, has been removed from the vehicle and placed down, where the medic will continue to assess the casualty and prepare to a handover to paramedics and ambulance service. The rest of the crew will make the vehicle safe. So we can see on the floor now with the casualty, a handover has been done now to the assessor. This forms part of the challenge and is accessible, with the clock ticking down for the last few minutes, waiting for the whistle to blow. So just to remind you, we have one more run off today at 4 o'clock. Will be the final one of the day before tomorrow. And we're also still doing trauma challenges in the interactive tent to the left of the RTC compound. A big round of applause then for Derbyshire with an excellent performance.
त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकले नसते.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich herum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well thought out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Ich bin gebürtiger Hamburger, das ist ja fast ein aussterbendes Ding. Also Sicherheit geht alle an. Ein Shutdown wird bis zu einem Jahr Vorlaufzeit geplant. Wenn eine Prozessanlage nicht sicher wieder angefahren werden kann, dann haben wir große Probleme. Was mich persönlich bei der Firma Dräger überzeugt hat, ist die hohe Kompetenz, auch kurzfristig Lösungen herbeizuführen, die wir so alleine gar nicht hätten wuppen können. Es ist kein Tag, der deckungsgleich ist. Das ist auch ein bisschen Spaß bei der Arbeit und der muss auch sein. Und man darf auch gerne mal ein Stückchen lächeln.
म्हणजे थोडंसंच ते व्हेंटिलेटरच्या एक साईडचं त्यात माझा असा हात घालून त्याला फक्त टच करायला लावलं. ते एवढं लहान बघून मलाच भीती वाटली होती की एवढं छोटं बाळ असू शकतं म्हणून. त्यावेळी म्हणजे सुधारणा होती किंवा वजन वाढलं असं. त्यांच्याशिवाय ते बाळ जगू शकलं नसतं.
Die Leitidee ist Technik für das Leben. Es geht immer ums Leben. Es geht darum, das Leben zu schützen, das Leben zu erhalten. Dräger ist jetzt in der 5. Generation als Familienunternehmen. Die Familie, das Management haben es geschafft, Dräger über diese lange Zeit auch selbstständig und unabhängig zu halten und seine ganz eigene Geschäftsphilosophie zu verfolgen. Das macht ein gutes Gefühl zu wissen, man produziert Produkte, die Leben retten. Und wenn man dann sieht, dass die Geräte helfen, dann macht einen das schon stolz und das ist ein schönes Gefühl.
Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.
Okay, and welcome back to the last challenge of the day. So we have a crew here come all the way from South Wales, from Chepstow, to compete in the Westminster Fire Service Extrication Challenge, hosted at the NEC at the Emergency Service Show 2021. So the vehicles have been prepared, the crews have tested and are happy with their equipment. We're just waiting for the casualty and the assessing team.
How important is safety to you? For us as a manufacturer, safety means protecting you as best as possible through quality. Therefore, we make no compromises when it comes to materials and processing. In our test laboratories, we test our FFPs against microscopic aerosols and the finest dust particles in the air. So that at any temperature, and even long-wearing times, you are effectively protected. The perfect fit of our respiratory masks is also no coincidence. It is the result of well-thought-out product design and continuous innovation. Our quality, your safety. Respiratory protection from Draeger.
Okay, just a few minutes away now. Just going to get the assessors in position and get the casualty in position, and we're good to go.
Interrupt your regular broadcast to bring you this important news.
Okay, this will be the last one of the day. The casualties just going into the car now. The assessors appear to be ready. I know the crew's definitely ready. So just to remind you, this is 20 minutes. It's a timed challenge where all aspects of the team approach are assessed by our assessors. The OIC, Incident Command, the medic inside the vehicle, and finally the tech team are all assessed.
And one of the questions always asked is, why are you running in and everybody else is running out? That's a good question.
Very good. That's fine. That was a good swing.
And when you leave the house in the morning, you know, there's that question. Are you coming home? You know, and there's always that possibility that you're not coming home. What is more dangerous? Is it the fire or is it the smoke? And typically a child will say the fire, but that's just not so. So for us to have the ability to have a breathing apparatus to get in helps those to get out.
Hi, James. My mate Jules fancies you. Cass. It's not even funny now. Let me just get his number. In the...
Bring an ambulance! Bring an ambulance! Just stay still. I can't open the door. I've rung an ambulance.
We've got other people on the route to help, okay? Second.
3 vehicles have been involved. Right. 2 people in the vehicle there. I can't get any response out of them whatsoever.
The ones in the front or the ones in the front?
Mommy, Daddy, wake up! Mommy,
response whatsoever.
I want Mommy and Daddy to wake up.
So as you can see, the officer in charge, the OIC Incident Commander, has completed the 360 of the incident, identifying hazards and risks and passing those on to his team. They've also quickly identified a casualty inside the overturned vehicle, and the casualty care has made initial contact to that casualty and reported back to the OIC. The crews are now utilising the team approach to isolate and stabilise the vehicle, performing an external survey to see what doors are open and what methods of access they have. So the crews are utilising the SmashX for glass management. And step blocks to stabilise the vehicle. And we can see a window's been broken and now being removed. Allowing access for the medic to get inside the vehicle. We can also see the stab fast being brought into operation to help to stabilise the vehicle. And more glass management using the PackX Smash. As you can see, the assessors walking around as the crews are performing. Looking at the OIC, his positioning and control over the crews. The casualty inside the vehicle has a microphone, so the medical assessor outside the vehicle can hear exactly what's been said to the casualty. And finally, we have markers and assessors that look at the tech team on their performance and efficiency. We can see the communication between the carer inside the vehicle, the medic, and the OIC. Crews utilising masks. And covering any glass with sharps protection. Again, the crews using the team approach. Initial assessment, initial access, stabilisation, glass management. And now coming all together for the OIC's brief. The brief is a two-way from the crews to the OIC, and then the OIC back to the crews with priority tasks that he wants to achieve. We can now see the spreaders come into operation. Crews utilising the latest Holmatro battery operated Pentheon series spreaders. We can see how the tool is put into the shot lines to work on the hinges of the vehicle. So good progress now being made. Gain access to the side of the vehicle. We can see the whole Matro spreader going back in to aid in the removal of the door. And we can also see the cutter being used to cut through the hinges. So again, a massive thank you to Draeger for sponsoring this event today and tomorrow. And also applying the masks that the crews are wearing and also the eye protection. But again, the communication is key at the moment, so the casualty carer can inform the casualty of the noises that are happening outside the car. So we can now see both tools in operation, the spreaders and the cutters simultaneously. So as you can see, the spreader has got very good purchase on the door, followed up by the cutting team. Go through the second hinge, the remaining hinge. You can see as the OIC goes in and out for the crucial cuts. So once the door is removed, it's taken to a pre-designated spot that the OIC has highlighted for debris from the vehicle. We can see the sharps protection that's been placed to cover the cuts. And a quick stabilization check with the removal of the door. So we can now see the teams are turning their attention to the rear door, looking to remove the hinge side first to gain access to the locking mechanism. So this crew have come all the way from Chepstow this morning and will be driving back this evening after this event. Demonstrates the commitment of the crews and the professionalism. So you heard the noise from the top hinge breaking, now making their way down to the middle of the door, where the door stays and the lower hinge. So you see the hard protection also being used to protect the casualty carrier and also the carer inside the vehicle. Crews are starting to make really good progress now into the side of the vehicle to create a space big enough for the extrication of the casualty. can see how close they are to the casualty carer's foot. So the tool's now been repositioned to the top of the door. So it must be remembered that crews have 20 minutes to complete this challenge, being assessed on 3 aspects: the OIC, the medic, and also the technical team. So we can now see the tool going in, possibly for the last time, for the final cut on the door catch mechanism. Okay, so the door's now been removed and will be placed in the equipment dump. And the crews are now turning their attention to exposure of the B post before they make any critical cuts, to make sure there's no seatbelt mechanisms or SSRI. So the rubber door seals have been removed. And the B posts have been scratched up where it's safe to cut. A hard protection has gone in. With some encouragement from the OIC. So the universal top of the B cut has now been cut. And the lower part will need to be cut in 2 cuts. So crews are making really good progress now with the completion of the side outs, looking to remove the lower part of the B post on the inverting car, swapping the tool operators over. Crews working together to support the weight of the B post as the final cut goes in. As you can imagine, the crews are getting really warm now, working in such tight, confined spaces. There we have it, the removal of the B post, quickly followed by Sharp's protection for the safety of the crews, the medic and the casualty. So all the time the teams are being assessed by the assessors panels at different aspects of what they do in in each phase of the team approach. So the OIC now is taking a brief from the casualty carer on the condition of the casualty and the best way to perform the extrication of the casualty through the casualty handling. Board looks So you notice now that the crews have taken off their operational fire gloves and they have blue Norex gloves. This is for two reasons, one for the casualty care and also for the cross-contamination of oils and petrols around oxygen. You can see the casualty coming out now onto the lungboard. The lungboard being the means to actually extricate the casualty in a safe manner, allowing easy access for manual handling. So now the crews will reassess the casualty once outside the vehicle, apply oxygen therapy and start preparing the handover to the awaiting ambulance service or paramedics. Whilst the rest of the crew make safe the vehicle and prepare the equipment for the next deployment. So the casualty carer will go over the top to toe and the assessment of that patient before they go to definitive care. With the clock slowly ticking down now, we're waiting for the whistle to sound, which will conclude the 20 minutes challenge extrication time. A big round of applause, please, for Chepstow, South Wales. Fantastic effort there. They've just come up for the day, driven here, competed, and then drive back tonight. Fantastic achievements, fantastic commitment. Well done. Okay, so that concludes. That's the last challenge of the day. We start off tomorrow morning, bright and fresh at 10 o'clock, with another 5 teams. Thanks again for coming. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
glaube, die Veranstaltung war für alle mega und da auch noch so viele coole Leute um sich rum zu haben.
War richtig Hammer, war richtig gut. Hat mir sehr gut gefallen, hat richtig Freude gemacht halt und gern wieder. Definitiv.
War eine super Veranstaltung, super professionell gemacht und vor allem der Sinn der ganzen Sache ist super gut rübergekommen, dass wir die professionelle Maske 1900 Plus Explore vorgestellt haben. War toll.